Just about there in composition. So there we go. So now I've got, that was my next, I think the next one we want to do, or I want to do, show you, is about it. No, I lied to you. I lied. I fibbed. Right in through here, I want to finish this up. So we'll take it down a little bit, see what we've got so far. So we've got now two forms. So I think the next one we want to do, or I want to do, show you, is let's try to do one where we're using our tools, our toolkit up here, with the sphere, the cube, the cylinder, the cone, the pyramid. And let's see if we can do one now that is even more of a kind of a hidden smash up. And I'll go back on this one, and let's see if I can put like a little highlight dot maybe right in through here. So maybe the light was hitting really strongly in through here, and I can put a little highlight right in there, make it a little bit better. That might do. Soften it up a little bit, make it look a little bit nicer, and maybe a little bit of a glistening highlight back here a little bit. Play with that just a little bit, and maybe one right there, just have a little fun, extra fun to do that. That'd make it look a little bit better. Okay, so let's move on to another, and let's see what we can do now with making it even more hidden. See if we can do. See if I can even do it. I'm not sure I can do it, so I'll give it my best shot. All right, so let's go back to our color, which was FF6E6E. You can use any color you want if you're working at home, traditionally or non-traditionally. I just want to keep it nice and consistent for you. All right, so let's move up here a little bit. Let's break in and see what we can do. So let's see how well now I can hide more of my forms. It's going to be tough. I don't know if I can do it, so we'll give it a shot. All right, so about 35, 36, 7%, and see where nib is. It looks pretty good at 19. I'll keep it there. All right, so let's see what can happen. What do I want to start out with? And again, this is exactly how I'm starting out with. I'm like, oh, I have no idea what I want to do. All right, so maybe I'll start this whole thing out with like an egg form. So the whole thing. So the whole object is one of our tools, which is the spherical form, a little bit squashed, right? Squashed here and squashed there into a good old chicken egg type form. All right, so I'm thinking about it. Here's the kind of the back end or the butt end of it, right in through here. So this kind of curves over and this goes back into space, kind of this way, like so. All right, so what maybe can I do with this form further? Let's see, maybe I can go in a little bit deeper and I'll move it over for you so we can see it. Now I can really get after it a little bit. By the way, I'm drawing with a gouache brush today. I like to draw with the painting brushes. I think they're kind of cool when you draw with them. So this is actually a Kyle brush and it's a gouache. It's a gouache one. It's not that important, but it's a gouache brush. Gouache is like it's like opaque watercolor. All right, so I'm thinking across the form here in like the surface of this form. So I'm going to put some marks in my next smash up here and see what happens. And I'm going to start out now with maybe cubic type forms that start to emerge all over. So I'm thinking about little tiny boxes all over this guy. Tiny, tiny boxes. All of it. It's almost gonna. I can see this starting to look like a hand grenade. That's not the greatest thing in the world, but okay. Coming up in through here, and then maybe all of a sudden they can start to go into cylinder type form. So I'm drawing on the surface of a curved, round surface, right? This is curving, curving, curving around. It's like an egg-formed ball. And so maybe over here is a pyramid type form emerging from the surface of this object that I'm drawing, like so. Maybe like that. Okay, it's a three-sided pyramid in that case. And then there's another rounded spherical form that's emerging with a little squared box-style form. So every time I draw, I'm naming it. You don't have to do that to yourself, especially if your friends are around. But it's obviously I'm talking and drawing, demoing, so I've got to do that. So that's smart. And then I could even make this like an inside of a box. This could be, see the dimension that could go inside here even if I wanted to, right? Right there and right there. So that goes down and even maybe, deeper, kind of right in there if I wanted to. Tighten this up a little bit. So I'm thinking about, drawing these things on the surface of this eggy kind of form, but then all of a sudden I might take a dip in and cut out. And then this becomes, I'm thinking of a ball, right? And so I'll draw the ball, but I'm going to draw the divot or the opening thicker so you can see where I'm really going to wind up here, right? In through here. And then this is kind of like a crater. This kind of comes over and digs in. So I'm thinking this rounded form, this might come, you know, down the surface or the inside. Actually, the other side of the ball, it would do this and come over like so. So that could be underneath in through there, which gives us a nice divot hole or opening. And I'll make this front part of the line a little bit darker because you can see that. So I can see this as a ball and then took essentially a bite out of it right in through there. So we could keep on going. Maybe I'll make a cone that can be emerging in through here, right? It could be emerging around, right, like so, and then start to bleed off and get a little bit weird, maybe kind of in through there, like so. But this is rounded, right, in that way. So we have that. So I'm taking minor forms, smaller geometric forms, and then smashing and manipulating on top of the other. So I could take this crater idea and pull it over here and say, okay, I want a big old opening right here. So now it's a cylinder top, right? It's right there. Here's my cylinder top. In my thinking, this pyramid could come down, mold down, and all of a sudden it's going to go down into, right, this area, right, maybe right there. So see that? So, and this could go falling in. We fall down. And right in through there's like another. Even another opening. I'll make it a little bit darker. So now we have a real strong divot on the inside a little bit further that we could see. So I'll keep on coming around this way. And maybe I want to cut in a little bit here and maybe make it square. Okay, so I'm thinking about a box in through here, box it up square. I can then open it back. So this is an opening right in through there later on, kind of like a little mouth maybe in through here. Maybe it's going to be a fish, like a puffy fish. Obviously, I'm fishing for ideas. I have no idea what I'm drawing. And hopefully you won't either. That's kind of the point of this, is to let the magic of your imagination come through as you're playing around with form. So this inside, you see where this is a box here, in here, in there, in there. So I was just drawing the outside. I was thinking about 3D forms, but letting it be a little bit more creative. So I might come up with like a divot, like a sort of a little bit of a sphere here, and then maybe another one on the outside. But then I might come up and say, okay, this is really an area where I could really use a push out of a form, so it's coming out of whatever it is whatever the heck it is I'm drawing right in through there. And so maybe this is a cone. This is the ending point of the cone right in through there. You see that? It's coming out in this kind of the opposite direction of that arrow. So we're coming out to it. Let me I'll erase that arrow. Let's see, get it out of the way. There we go. Get it out if I can. There we go. Get it out of the way. Bingo. We'll go back. Okay. And then we'll draw this cone. Maybe end it about right in through. Here's the hub, sort of the hub of it right in through there. Okay. But then again, maybe it's got ball spherical forms on top of it. Maybe there's one here, and there's one here, and there's one really popping in through here, almost like warts, right? So you can see where this almost emerges as some kind of weird creature. But I'm not really haven't thought about it yet like that. So we're kind of drawing the silhouette, but we're thinking about 3D forms that can emerge from it. And maybe I do a cutout like these craters, maybe right here. So a cutting into. So I might think of this as a deep cylinder that we're looking in on the inside of it, right in through there. So that goes into like the abyss there. Kind of looks like an eye. Maybe I don't like, maybe that's not good. So I'll take that out. I don't want you to think it's an eye. So don't worry about messing up. Just erase or just draw over and change it. So I'll just close it. I'll close this in. Maybe that's better for now. And I'll put some more spheres on it. Maybe right in through here as an idea as we come through. So maybe this starts to come down. We need another, maybe an idea through here. So maybe another boxy kind of form in through here, kind of a 2-point box through here. If that came through, that would look like that. And then you could use your ruler. I could go back and tighten this up in through here. And some in through there, and then maybe this kind of comes down a little bit. And then maybe another one emerges. Maybe another boxy form is kind of over here, right in here. And here, like so. And maybe there. And so we're starting to get the surface of this complex object. Now it's becoming a lot more complex, right, with our simplified kind of forms. And this moves down in this direction. So maybe this curls up in through here. It's going to be like that. And I'll go back and darken this in and put shadow on it too later. Like so. It could be like that. Then we can come back and put another boxy form, maybe through here, like so. And I'll make the plane change there. So this plane break would be there. Through. And let's see, maybe we have a cylinder type form emerging for the last one, and it closes up like there. The darkest part will be on the outside. I'll show that later on when I am toning. So as we come in a little bit, what can we do in through here? Well, maybe we make another strong opening like this crater, but we make it over here. So we're coming across, I'm thinking, you can see my line work and my nib. I'm thinking this way. But then I'm thinking about, okay, how can we open up a crater in through here, right? And this could be a foreshortened cylinder. As it comes down, we come down, and so this might be the ending of it, right in through here. But then I might say, you know what, instead of a rounded form back in the back of it, as we cut down right into the object, this might cut out to be a blocky form. So it might look like this. So we can always go from a rounded form to a blocky form in the blink of the form's eye. And so we can kind of feel this coming up a little bit, and then as it comes out, it gets rounded and gets smoothed out. And we can do that through shading. We can come in through here, we can come up through there. We can kind of round this through. So this could be a little bit more, later on it'll be a little bit darker in our composition. So we've made an outside sort of oval for a tube, and then as we come down into the sides of it, they've gotten what? They've gotten more boxy at the end of it as well. So maybe we could put some more little warts and things. This could come up and be like a rounded ball that goes back into a tube and through here. Maybe this rounds out, and this could do the same thing on the other side and through here. So we've got a smash up, but we're starting to get even more complex with our composition. And it's getting a lot weirder too, but I think that's the point, is to draw things out of our heads and just let it be weird. That's okay. Let yourself be weird. So let's say we can do a cone here, wrap it around through there. So there's going to be maybe a cone there, and then maybe, and this could fall in through here, maybe one more, just kind of a rounded sort of ball-like form and through there. Okay, I think we've got enough. Let's see what we've got in through here, and I can emphasize to you again this roundness, because we started out with an egg form. Kind of has a cool, kind of funky cartoon look. So it has an egg form, and all of this was turned in through here. So I think when I put some light on this, I'm going to imagine the light source coming from, if you can imagine, from the top left, but in front of it. So out and around here, coming on into the object, but it's a little bit in front of it. So the shadows are going to be down below to the right. Okay, let's go for our tightening up of this, and let's see what the heck we've got here, right? All right, so we're coming through, and sometimes I'll follow along. Sometimes I might want to change through here. I'll emphasize this rounded. See, I'm emphasizing this rounded plane, even though and it's rounded through here, but what I have here is geometric and hard edge. That's what makes the contrast of these I think fun examples so fun. And also drawing with the figures, you get a contrast between this hard edge right here and there, and then you automatically turn it into a curve or a soft curve or a curve. Watch this on the inside, right? So to emphasize the flow of the overall egg form. So what's the guiding form of all this? Well, the guiding form of everything here is the egg form, right? It's the biggest form out of all of it. So that's what we started out with. So we have a straight edge here, straight edge there, and then we curve it, right? We curve it and say, okay, I want you to curve right over and through there. And then, of course, that feels a little curve like a cylinder, too, as well. Even it could have been a rectangle, and then we kind of made it into a cylinder. So we have a curved edge, then we came came back and did the same thing that we did earlier now on this form, and I could continue. I kind of like this idea. I kind of like this idea of curving over in through like so along this, especially the total backside of it as well. And then we can tighten this edge, make that nice and crystal clean, clear edge, more clean right in through there. And then I'll make these a little curved. I'll play around with the rhythm of here, and then I'll make this a box, but I'll curve the box just because I can, meaning that you're in control all the way through. This could curve over, this could come, and then I could actually just change the shape of this and make it even more strange, kind of curve this, and this means like there's a little hub right in through, like a little hump right in through there, and we can get ourselves into more weird, crazy stuff. Crazier the better, but just know that whatever you're doing at home, if you're a YouTube student or you're just interested in drawing, make sure that you're starting from a place of geometric, our tools, our solids, our sphere, our cylinder, our cube, and our cone. Here we go in through there. Okay. Sometimes I'll just hit random buttons and I'm like, whoop, where'd that come from? Okay, this can come. So we're still emphasizing this round kind of quality right in through there. So we still got that, and I'll go and box this up. There's another box we were dealing with, whatever that is. I don't really care. We'll tighten that up right in through there. You know, I could emphasize roundness now with our form here and make this feel like, even though it's boxy, with just hatching lines, I can start to make it feel like it's even rounder right in through there. All right, so let's take this form, and I'm going to make it a little bit more of a cone. It's a cylinder. I'll make it a cone just for effect here and here. And then, so it's a real kind of a blunt one in through there. And there we go. Tighten that edge, and then we've got this cone coming through in through here, but I'm going to make it a little bit more stretched through here and around. Curve it through and over, and this is the point, the ending part of it. So we've got, I'm going to pull this cylinder and make it feel even more stretched, like we're coming up to this crater form, that cylinder, that underneath cylinder that we made and through there. And we've got another wart. I'll start adding. What are warts in our drawing? I know what warts are. They're spheres, right? They're just simple, round, spherical forms. Into here, to there. Okay. There we go. And so we put just circles, and now that they make spheres throughout our drawing. We have another one kind of emerging here, and you can see where, again, I want to keep. Now, across here I don't, because this cylinder comes across right, so I'll do some cross hatching marks, or hatching marks, to say, hey, this is a tube of the cone running in this direction, of course, across in this direction here, right? And so we come over and say, okay, this comes across, but when I'm starting to hatch my lines, this is a rounded form, so I'm going to start to come back over this way, right, and through here, make that rounded right in through there. And so we're taking a look back, and boy, am I getting weird, and I love it. I love being weird. Let your weirdness show through, right? Your freak flag, if you will. What I mean by that is let your imagination run. I can see that this later on will be a closed plane, so I'll go ahead and block that in. I'll put some tone on it with a little bit less opacity and a little bit thicker, wider nib. So remember, this was we opened this up. We opened this kind of like a mouth thing in through here, and I was thinking of a box. You can see the red part that's more transparent right in these areas. Here's my straight line, and through there. So that's the blocky kind of form. I guess it's starting to look like a fish, isn't it? I think that's what's kind of starting to emerge. And so this form was kind of a tube, rounded form, in through here. And then this was kind of a egg form, a blocky form, a tube. It gets really rounded here, right? And then it gets more of a tube-like as it comes down. And then, most complex forms are like that. They have their beginnings, and then they have their simple beginnings, and they get more complex as they go through. So let's work around our edge a little bit more. So we have the organic quality of the egg coming through here, like so. And I could emphasize that with a little bit of hatching this way, like so. Got that coming through. So I think I'll pull this down just a little bit so I can get to it a little bit better. There we go. Hard edge, right? And this is where we made it go down into the surface, but it was square, right? So here and there, and all this goes down into this little area down and through here. And this could even hub up and over and kind of feel like that, right? And then have a little bit of a curve going in of this sort of blocky structure coming up like so. And so where we used and are using our simple tools to create surface variations on our little, what I'm starting to see now is kind of a creature. Okay, and this is a tube in through here. And we came in and we imagined this as a ball through here. Coming down. I'm going to overlap that a little bit, make that look like a flowy overlap. And this was a cutout, and this curved underneath like a bowl. And so you could imagine something, maybe coming in to that form that way. So let's continue on. I'll go a little bit faster. I want to get to a few more. So anywhere along the video, speed it up, find a place where you like. If you don't like one thing I'm drawing, find another if you like. And if you don't like any of it, then watch it. Go on to another video or another artist. So we've got that kind of a cone there. And then let's take care of this big one. I'm going to make this a little more organic instead of just rounded, because I think that'll be fun. And so we took the rounded oval cylinder opening idea, and we made the bottom of it boxy, but to give it more variety, let's make this kind of these boxy sort of cutout tubes going down into this abyss of this little floor opening, or whatever this this is. And I did that by just starting to imagine the ends here is a little bit more organic and around, okay? But then I'm going to contrast that with the bottom of this abyss that we're drawing as more of a box form here and here, just to give it contrast, for example. And there's our the bottom there, here, and there, okay? This might curve. curve, like so. So we're almost there with the drawing here. And so that was kind of a boxy sort of pyramid right through there and over. And this got to another one. We'll do the same thing with it, just for variety. We'll take that opening and we'll say, okay, this might be better looking and more interesting as a cutout series of openings. And then they have their place as they go down in space into this crater divot. It's like the side of a crater or a mountain. Well, it goes all the way down, and then the bottom may end up with a lake or something, but it's just a disc, right? This kind of goes into it, right in through there. And so we have an opening. And so instead of raising on top of the surface like these, right, we go down into the surface like so. And later, in a moment, I'll show you this. Maybe I'll do the same thing here just for effect, and we'll do one more just really quickly. And it goes down into there. And then this is like a big cone-like wart coming over it and through here. So we've got that. This kind of comes down. This kind of comes, and these will be kind of stretched out a little bit. All right, so there you go. So now we've got the drawing of the form. So it got a lot more complex, and I think, in my opinion, a lot more fun, which I've enjoyed drawing the other ones. But now I want to put a little shading over it. So I'm going to go back to my brush, and I'm going to go for a thicker brush. Let's see. So maybe, let's see, 90 or something. Yeah, that might be too much. Maybe a little bit smaller, yeah. Okay, 60s sounds good. And I'm going to take my opacity way down so I can build this up a little bit further. I can show you a little bit. So, all right, so remember that our light source is in front of the object. So it's hard to show you without looking at me, but it's in front of us, right? And it's where we're looking at, but it's pushed over to the left. So everything coming down, this downward area, is going to be in shadow. And so I'm going to start at the bottom where that shadow is, and through all this will be in shadow here. Most of this could be in shadow where these forms are too as well. And this will give you another idea, hopefully a better idea of, again, making these forms, 3D in real life. So I'm just thinking first about the egg form, okay? So as I shade it, that three-dimensional quality of our largest form, which is our egg, okay? And so these areas on the lighter side may have some light, so I'm going to leave them for now. And I used a lower opacity or a lower number so I could go back and layer these on a little bit easier, and I could go ease into the dark a little bit. So the light source is from the top left and a little bit front. So bottom of most of our forms and slightly to the right will be a little bit darker, but I might change that a little bit for aesthetic effect since we're just drawing from imagination. Okay, and I think I'll make this inside mostly dark except for maybe where it gets down, of course, to the bottom. I might lighten it up a little bit. So lighter on the left, darker on the right and through here. And then I'll start to get a little darker up and over. This is just the surface of a ball or an egg form that we're going over right in through in our weird smash up, our great smash up drawings. Great world smash up drawings. All right, so then I might put, this side maybe in a little bit more of a shadow for now. Be right in through here. And this could be just slightly in shadow. On this other side, we'll receive more of the light here in a minute. I'll do the same thing over through here. bit more shadow in through here. I'll put that line, and then maybe right in through now as we're coming across over, this could go, put a little bit more shadow. So let's see how we're doing in through here. Okay, this could come down. I can emphasize the width, and then I go back the other way to emphasize the roundness back towards the underneath a little bit. Okay, so now we're starting to see a three-dimensional object emerge. So let me spend just a little bit more time, and we'll make it even a little bit clearer with our drawing. So I'll take now the opacity, and I'll go a little bit darker. I'll push it to like 25 or so, 24, 25, 26. And play around with that even a little bit further and make it a little bit darker in certain areas, maybe right in through here as we work on our sketch. Through here maybe a little bit. We push that in, and this is going to be all darker, but this other plane right here will be even darker than the other one, just a little bit further, just to show that depth and distance coming through. Hope you guys are having fun. I'm having fun with this. Really just all imagination. And that's what this drawing channel, our drawing database is about observation and perceptual drawing, drawing from imagination, drawing from memory, and observation to get you to a much more fulfilled and enriched level of drawing. And hopefully later on we'll add painting videos. It'll be a while. Practice within your subset of skills, so you can go on to concepts that are deep and rich. So I've got this area which is weird. It's kind of is it a top or a bottom? I'm going to actually, it was a tube, a pyramid, so I'm going to make this one a little bit more, a little darkened through here. And I'm going to actually make this, I'm going to shade it a little bit rounder so it feels a little bit round, even though it squares off. Why? Because you can do that. We can make these a little bit darker and through here in our concept sketch. Let's make this a little bit darker through there. A little bit of dark cast shadow on that, and just having fun playing with three-dimensional forms and now space and seeing what we can do with it. And this comes over, put a little shadow form in here. Maybe this could create a little, I'll take a little lesser nib and maybe make a little cast shadow from the wart out through here, so it's casting over. That really tells us then where the direction of our light is. So if I did the same thing over here, made it a little bit darker, made it a hard edge, put a little cast shadow on the edge, look at that. That tells us, it gives us even a clear story of what's going on for sure. And through there, you put some hatch lines across here, hatch lines across here, because we're on the surface. What when I'm drawing here, we're on that big egg, right? We're on that big egg. Through here, coming down, and I might put a little bit more shadow. Let's go back to a little thicker nib, back in the 60s here, and then over, and then put a little, so it gives it a little bit more of a darker shadow on that cone-like form. And then let's just play a little bit of quick little shadow marks on the sides of our little spherical forms to make them a little bit rounder. Through here, make that darker, and through that plane, really pull that out. And could we put a little cast shadow on some of these little cone-like warts? And through there, maybe I could do this here, like so, and then push this down, or the shadow darker, I mean, right in through there, so it gives that little form. And then what about in through here, our crater? I'm going to leave the bottom part of this bowl, the crater bowl, illuminated. It's like it's receiving a little reflected light, or there's like a light surface down in it. So maybe this is like a big, funky meteor flying through space. Who knows? I don't know what it is, but I like drawing it. And then lastly, let's go for that center crater form, and let's see what I can do to bring some of this out. So I know this is more in shadow, so I'll push these deeper. These are like the valleys. And then next to it here to the bottom, that's like the rising part. So I'll leave that, make it really light, so the light's hitting it more. This is a valley. So what are we saying then? These are they're turning like cylinders. They're going over, they're going underneath. They're just like the surface of a cylinder. That's all we're doing. And this is like the underneath a little bit here. Okay, this kind of goes down, and it goes over, and then there's a little shadow that it might cast. And then all this over here is going to be more in light, so I'll keep this lighter. I'll put a little bit more shadow on this end and through here. Maybe a little bit of shadow in the corner of a plane of our box, that downward box, and through here. Some hatch marks to turn the egg form around, because remember, we're on an egg form. The major form that we had, that we started out with, was what? Was an egg form. Okay? And I think we're just about there. I don't think we can do much more than that. I think I'll leave it. And there we go. Okay. All right, so that came out pretty weird, huh? That's the point of the lecture, is to really begin to start to see these ideas in an abstract way, in hopefully a fun way for you, and to just allow yourself the pleasure of creation without so much observation. So there's our next set of objects. And I'm going to keep on going and fill this page up. And you can fast forward as much as you want and go to any form or series of forms that you want. But again, we're doing the great form smash up across the world here. We're looking at 3D objects, and we're using them as tools, right? Tools to allow ourselves to create new forms from these smash ups. All right? Okay, so now I want to go on to another drawing. So moving down here a little bit, let's try another one. So I might try a little bit different strategy just to show you that. I might try a little gesture first. So we have been doing or talking about a lot of gesture, and I should too. I should show you that. Maybe I want my form to move in this direction, right? So I'll do a drawing here, and then we'll do another set of drawings here, and then we'll do another one here. So I've already got an active quality to it. Boom, there's action through there. There's action that's going here, and maybe out towards that way, and maybe this one's coming up through here, and then out through there. So I've got gestural directions, meaning that you've given yourself a series or a subset of movements to where you want your forms to go into space, and I think that's particularly important too as well. So maybe this first one could start out as kind of a tube, maybe in through here, maybe get tapered, and then really get tapered. So this is the tube part I'm thinking about, right in through here, tube coming over in this direction, so it gets tapered a little bit, like so, and then we can come on down and say this is another tube, but it's going in a slightly different direction, and then maybe we just cut it off. So it was two tubes, one really large, right here's the back end of it, and then here was its outside point, and then it was molded into another other tube, kind of like that. And here's the ending of it, kind of right in there in that direction. And then maybe what's inside of it. And again, I'm just making this up, winging it, so to speak. Maybe what starts out of it is a boxy kind of plane form, like really thin. So we see that, and then maybe it's moving down in this direction, like so. And so its plane is like that, and then we come over maybe like that, and then I'll connect up with it here and here. Remember, this is really, looking at this, the entire page is really it's a great sketchbook exercise. You see that? I mean, it really is. And so we're going to fill up this page as the lecture and with these form exercises. And let's see what we can continue to do with it here. So we've got that. We can move through here and through here. So what else can we do? So we want to get to this direction. So maybe we come over and maybe I want to flutter out in this direction. So these are sub-gestures, right? So we had the main gesture coming through, and now we have sub-gestures that move us in this direction. So maybe we have two over and through here like so. So maybe coming over here is another kind of boxy plane in through here like so. So we have that boxy kind of plane that I'm just kind of winging it on. I don't know again exactly what I'm doing. And then maybe let's say this could come over, and this whole area under here is there's an egg form, right? And then another egg form overlapping it together where it changes directions. And that's probably hard for artists to see. Where I'm overlapping in red here is where that object is changing direction. So here it was before. Right, and then it moves into this boxy component up in through here. So we did a lot of form shifting really in one little movement there, here to there, and then to there. So I think this exercise, again, if you're just picking up the video here, if you've seen the other ones, I think it's actually this This is really important, not to be drawing objects. Just draw what comes from your imagination and let that happen. Because I don't want you to get too trapped into making it look like something and then get frustrated that you can't do it yet. We all have that, but I think this is more of an exercise in the concepts of form and form space, three-dimensional manipulation as they move and they come into each other. Like this is a tube and then that's a tube, and how do they come together? They get smashed up because they overlap in some way. Maybe there's another tube right in through there where they get smashed up in together, and they make this really cool intersection of dimensional kind of forms. That's part of the the issue of it. And so maybe we'll come down in through here and say, okay, maybe these are going to be, you know, blocky kind of forms in through here and down, coming across, and maybe there's going to be another blocky form in this direction. But I want the overall flow of my forms to come back to this overall gesture back in through there, right? So maybe I'll have another set of a block-like form here to there. Like so. And so it's all kind of emerging somehow over here. So I'll pick that up. It's going to come down and in, down and in. Okay, and over, and then somehow we'll try to make, you know, make an outlined form of all this, you know, together, and see what that happens together. And so I might push then this side. This could be a tube. This could be a cylinder coming out through here. There could be another cylinder, you know, coming out in that direction. And quite possibly even another one. You know, later on. And then what you do with the textures and things. things that you add on top can be your own. And that's really kind of for another lecture at another time. Even how drawing. There's so much we can talk about in drawing that there really is. There's really not there's I don't think there's any limit to the amount of videos that we can make to show interesting, hopefully interesting and specific examples of what can happen in drawing, and we'll just continue to do these over a long period of time. All right, so now I'll go back to a darker pen, and I'll start to tighten this up a little bit and see what can be made of all this. So this could coming down in through here. So this is like this was a big cylinder with the back end closed and the front end right in here opened, right? So we saw that, and everything the lengthwise was coming back and moving in this direction, like so, right? Like that. And then we made another one, and we changed the direction of our tube here, right? And we said, okay, it's going to move a little bit, whoop, whoop, and go in that direction through here. So I changed it a little, changed the direction of it. So we went here to there, and then we made another ending ellipse for our cylinder to move through in that direction, here and there. So we had that nice and completed. And so now we're going to connect it weirdly to this boxier form. So I could actually extend it maybe even further, and then it gets planar right in through here, and this kind of becomes a plane, and then down, and then maybe I'm going to make that a curve to make a plane. This is kind of a little darker area underneath there, and so I'll make that a nice tight edge here, there. I'm finding the outside too, the inside, but also the outside silhouette too as well. So that might have something here. So push down, and this comes around like so, and that might overlap like that. Like so, into here, into here. So we're taking the observational quality out of this lesson, which is good. Drawing, perception, observation are very strong, but you need other techniques and examples too. Here and here, and then this is a tube, and through there we can cut down, and I can make this hard edged in through here. And then we have this rounded form that comes out and emerges like a ball, like a peanut form, maybe, if you see the tube. And so this might stretch in this direction, and you start to feel this, and all of a sudden it comes over. See that here and then over, here and then over, and over. This is like a globe. And so So that's hard to see, and that's important to see when changing planes and changing not only planes but changing form. So right in through here where it's tight and hard edged, you see that. What do you see? You see this curve, and I can emphasize it more, go even more so. And then it ends, and it comes back to a hard edge, which is a tube, and it changes directions in here. So it comes over, it's coming around right there and there. And then when it comes to here, we come down, and then this curls over. So that's important to see in my concept as well. And you can draw with me. And these are meant to be drawn along with, but you can also go on your own when you get a good feel for it. And make your own and have a good time. Go anywhere you want, get quiet space, and just start drawing forms. And then people will come over and say, "What are you drawing?" And I said, "Mark made me do this." Good. And I will say, "Good, I'm glad you told him that, because I want you to practice. And this is a great way to practice without the responsibility, right, of drawing exactly what you see. You're drawing out of your imagination, but you're still practicing the craft and technique of drawing. All right, so we have this globe form into the cylinder form, and then we can come back over, and we can kind of feel maybe this gets stretched and it comes over, and this gets stretched through here, like so. We can make some hatch lines to show that that's a form change, and that comes over this way. And this is going to be overlapping everything, and through here, and I can draw downward and through there. And so that comes over, and this kind of turns like a ball or side of a peanut, and through here. All right, so like so. Got that. Tighten up that edge. We're kind of on our way, so I'll bring it over just a little bit. Center screen, right in through there. It starts to look like some kind of figure, doesn't it? And that's okay too. These can turn out looking like animation and cartoon figures. So the point of all this was to, in some ways, relate it back to animation as a very simple smash-up tool. And I think we are. It may not seem like that, but these are what animators do as well, is combine all of these forms to make different forms. If you go into my lessons in the figure section, you'll see the section on the lima bean, and that's a great example of what we're doing here. The lima bean is about the torso, the ribcage, the abdomen, and the pelvic region, and from almost any viewpoint it can look like a lima bean type 4 in expansion and contraction. So we're doing the same thing, but we're making it in some ways even more simplified here. Now these are all geometric, right? So these can all be different forms of boxes, but I'm going to change things here. I'm going to take this and curve it and connect it and go underneath a little bit here, around that out just for effect, and through here, and take this over. And so we're seeing forms that are jammed, collected together, that sometimes make a form. I'm going to curve this here underneath and curve this, connect this here underneath. See there. I'm going to take my opacity up just a little bit and pressing down hard. Okay, through here, there, here around. And I'm going to connect up here a little bit in a weird kind of way, I think. Or maybe not. Let's see. We can do that. And these can kind of come over. And then here's the plane I'm looking at, but then it smushes and curves and flows downward, which is opposite from this flow or curve up of the ball form we were using too as well. So we'll curve down. To there, to there. So I'll make this an ending blocky form. We've also seen that, what have we done? We've continued the curvature of our gesture. Our overall gesture governed everything, and that was important. That's what we wanted. That was our first place to start out, right? Was that. So we have this going back in space there. This might get curved a little bit underneath. All right, and I'm just starting to think about a little bit of a lighting situation through here. So let's light it a little bit. So let's take our nib and then go thicker to about, let's go 70, 60, 65, 66, 67. Keep our opacity maybe a little bit lighter, 24, 25, and let's just go for it. And so now I'm working up here with the top form and through here, and I might just put a little, that could be kind of a highlight, turn this over a little bit through here, and I'm thinking about just taking it around through there. So I'm kind of conceiving of the light source as kind of coming in the middle of everything. So it's very in front. It's kind of where I'm viewing and seeing. That's where I kind of see that light source as emerging. And then we'll kind of come through here, a bit darker around. Maybe turn that over and through here, turn around. So you want the forms to start to come alive and start to visualize a little bit, or a lot of it actually, through here. You can see this as a side plane. Push that back a little bit. Push this. Give a little hatching marks, which I like to use in these structure kind of demonstrations. It really shows what plane is being turned to in what direction. This is going from left to right. Then I can start to turn the cylinder to here. This is the dark end maybe. And this has a little, maybe a cast shadow, so this gets a little darker, and all of a sudden these can really curve over to tell a story about cylindrical dimension. This might get dark underneath here. And then we can start to say, okay, we can turn around this ball. This gets smoothed out and through here, right? That's what we wanted. This gets rounded in through here and through there. This might curve around just a little bit to show the line. I can soften that up a little bit. Put a few sketch marks to soften that and darken this. Show a core shadow and a turn right in through there, right? And then we can come across here and then give us a little bit of direction with our cylinder. See how I do it in two different directions? I do it curved around this way, and in here I do it long ways. It just shows one is length, this is length, and this is kind of width. There are two ways you can do that. You can do a little bit of both, but sometimes they fight each other a little bit, and so if you crosshatch, they can fight a little bit. I'm not the biggest crosshatch fan, although I like artists who use crosshatch well. For some reason, sometimes it comes out, it kind of gives my drawings a static look, so they kind of defeat one another, but I'm not anti-crosshatch by any means. So through here, it gives that dark form, now this peanut form kind of sort of to pop out a little bit further. You see that? Darken through here, darken through here, darken through here. I know I'm going faster, but I wanted to, well, I've got you here. Keep on moving. And this can be toned down a little bit this way, and then this one, this plane here, from here all over, I'll make dark. So I'll darken this in one tone. That's another way to do it. And then I'll go back and add another layer of tone. And then when I feel like I've got it close, then I can start to make a few marks to hold off my pen. So every time my pen takes off the surface, it will add a layer of darkness. If I keep holding it down and move all over, it will add one value. That's the Wacom tablet way of interpreting drawing. That gives me some underneath drawing in through there, and I'm just about finished. Let's get a few glossy hatch marks over this direction or that way, and then we're going to move back right in that way. Nice lighter marks. This could be a little bit darker here, and then underneath I'll go even darker. So I'll kind of fill this in, and then just a little bit darker right under here. Really quick, kind of sketchy technique in through there, and then I'll leave this sort of semi dark, like a reflective, in through here. And then this plane change is really important, so I'll make sure that that's nice and dark. And then I'll go back and say, okay, let's take a lighter line and let's make it really crisp. So maybe in the teens, and then I'll bump up my opacity to about 40-ish, and I'll go really fast and say, okay, where some of these plane changes I want to be really strong, I'll take the opacity up to 70, 71. Where I want them to be really strong, I'll even go back and tighten my line work. Tighten in through here, tighten and darken. Even though I'm say tightening, I'm actually drawing faster probably than any of the other drawings. And through here in the head a little bit, over here to the bottom of that tube. I say head, it's kind of like a creature. Here a little bit. I'm down here in the boxes, through here, go away. There and there. There and there, just to give it a little extra kick, and I could put a little extra cross-hatching line in through there. Just to separate them and make them a little bit crisper. Right into there. And then right here at the bottom and downwards. And I think that helped to realize our form a little bit better. Okay, so there's another one. Let's go on to a few more over here, and let's take a look and see what we can do with these bad boys. Kind of like they're almost like action lines, drawing like balls or something. You know, like an animation. This one almost kind of reminds me of through there. So I'll put a little bit of more hatching right through there. Okay, let's go back to find our red, which was FF 6E 6E. They're all end a little bit better. Okay. Okay, so there's another one. Let's go on to a few more over here, and let's take a look and see what we can do here. And so it created, well, the guy, I want to get to a few more shadows. And then lastly, I have another set connect animation, but you're still that over and through here, turn around. So you want the forms to start to come alive here. It gives that dark form, now this peanut form kind of sort of to pop out a little bit further. You see that? It can darken through here. So I'll make sure that that's nice and dark. And then I'll go back and say, okay, let's take a lighter line, and it's to make it really crisp. So maybe in the teens, and then I'll bump up my opacity to about 40-ish, and I'll go really fast and say, okay, we're a 6E, so right in through there. So it's like I'm down here in the boxes, through here, go away, there and there, there and there, just to give it a little extra kick, and I could put a little extra cross-hatching line in through there, just to separate them and make them a little bit crisper, right in through there, and then right here at the bottom and downwards. And I think that helped to realize our form. A little bit better. Okay, so there's another one. Let's go on to a few more over here, and let's take a look and see what we can do with these bad boys. Kind of like they're almost like action lines, throwing like balls or something. You know, like an animation. This one almost kind of reminds me of through there. So I'll put a little bit more hatching right through there. Okay, let's go back to find our red, which was FF6E6E. Okay, and let's take our opacity down to about 20, 24, 25. Our nib feels pretty good. Okay, we're ready to roll. So what are we going to do here? So we've got this bouncy kind of quality, don't we? So it moves in this direction, moves in that direction. So maybe all of our forms should look like they're kind of going in that direction. Maybe we start out with like a boxy form and start to curve it a little bit through here. and all of a sudden it starts to take on a tube-like form. So it starts to curve and curve around and curve around and curve like so, right? So we have that kind of quality. And maybe right up here, this was and can be a more rounded form. So right in through there. So it's like a little egg form that got jammed into this boxier kind of form in through here. And maybe I make this boxy form come out like a pyramid-ish shape right here. Bring it in, bring it over, bring it down, right? Bring it over. Bring it down. All of a sudden, you start to, it almost starts to look like either a snake or some kind of spaceship. I don't know. I'll try not to make it look like too much like something. Although you might like that, but I want to keep it and try to keep it as abstract, relatively abstract as I can. So this kind of runs around in this direction. And so now I'm thinking about concentric tubes, right, overlapping and foreshortening here, around, right, around. It's like a slinky, snaky thing. But then I'm going to say, uh-oh, it's going to be a box. So I'm going to make it a box right there, right, and right there. So I've got that. In my head that I'm doing. And then what happens if it goes whoop like this and goes up a little bit and comes up and then down to there. So I could go up now with let's go with the tube again. So we go up with a tube, and then we create more kind of ball-like forms here and here. They're connected, but they're overlapping, right? And they continue to do that. They continue to do that here. Let me get that line tight. Right here, so you can see it. Darken that in a little bit further, and then get this line tight right in through there, so you can see it to there, and then covered over. And boom, that's there, that's there, that's there. And now we can move to where it touches and then it comes up and over, kind of into itself. It's just a series of rounded ball forms, right? Beads, if you will, and they're all overlapped, so we don't see all of them. They come down, I can get it, boom, and that's where it hits, could be the proverbial ground, kind of like that. And then maybe it goes back into a boxy form here. We see the top, and then we see the side here, okay? And then maybe up with maybe a pyramid-like form that goes into a point, maybe there, okay? And then so again, we're following the flow of our initial gesture, right, which was right in that direction. And then so let me bring it over a little bit to the camera screen so we can see it. Maybe I'll go up a little bit, and now we can really see it. And then we can kind of move. So see how sketchy and loose I'm keeping that, and fairly light too as well. And then we can come back down, maybe with some more connecting ball-like forms or egg-like forms, and then maybe end out with maybe a tube. So this maybe does kind of be like a weird sort of snake in a way. Okay, and that's the closed end of a tube, cylinder tube. It looks like kind of like that. So we have here would be the closed end with another ball in front of it. Okay, so now let's go and take and darken this in a little bit and see what we've got. So we take this. I'll go back to our black and through here, back in black, right? And then we'll go back to a brush, and let's go up in our opacity to the 30s, and then a little bit thicker. Maybe like a weird sort of like way, and maybe end out with maybe a tube. So this maybe does kind of be like a weird sort of snake in a way. Okay, and that's the closed end of a tube, cylinder tube. It looks like kind of like that. So we have here would be the closed end with another ball in front of it. Okay, so now let's go and take and darken this in a little bit and see what we've got. So we take this. I'll go back to our black and through here, back in black, right? And then we'll go back to a brush. And let's go up in our opacity to the 30s, and then a little bit thicker. Okay, and let's see what we have in through here. Let's go for it. Maybe a little bit too thick. Maybe down a little bit. There we go. And let's see what happens. So we're always playing off contrast with our forms from round, right? So this ball-like form, or almost kind of ball-like form, here's maybe the apex, the top of it, right in through there, down, and around. So it's kind of like a dome. The whole ball, if it was a true sphere, would be let's see, right, in through, out a little bit further, maybe in through to there. So maybe it's doming right there to there, and then coming over, like so. Right, and then we could take this idea, watch this, we could take where it meets here, and then give it a straight line, and maybe make it a split. We could split it into two, and so this now could come down as a shaved device, or shaved out part of it, right in through there. And then to show that even further, to show how this sits, maybe it sits on this boxy form right in through here, and goes back in space. We only see it maybe like that, and maybe kind of like that, if we will. We're just kind of sketching. This went down in through here, and this could get darker, right? This could curve. This could curve. And in this plane, I'll tighten this up again here a little bit, here on the edges, a little darker, and then this comes at a direction down like that. And so now we slice that. We cut out a slice of that cylinder, or excuse me, that ball form. And so now we have that. Then we can come over and tighten this to that. Whoops. One day I'll correct that problem. Sorry. It's not too bad, but it's annoying to me. Okay, so I'm going to overlap this a little bit, curve this over, curve that down. Okay. In this, to emphasize even more of the curve, I could just hatch that. See how I'm hatching it a little bit more of a curve? And it automatically gives it kind of a puffiness, like it was a softer form maybe. Then we can come over here and drive this over this way, drive this in to kind of fulfill our geometric part of what this was. Maybe that could go up a little bit more like that, like that. And just following what I'm doing in through here, maybe this is going to be pulled back a little bit, and maybe there's a little deeper part, like in through here. This could be all in dark, and back in through. Like so. This comes out and around, like so. Okay, so we have that to that. All right, so now we're cooking. So let's go back a little bit and see what we can continue to emerge. We'll pull this back so we can see it. All right, so this is kind of another rounded form, and then like a tube, like a cylinder, right? And we rounded it through, and so that's what we're seeing way back in there, like so that. And this kind of came up, didn't it? This in this direction, through here, and so this tube maybe kind of sort of ended right here, and then this hole, there's another big ball form that I was thinking, smashing and grouping together like that, and maybe there was another one just to have a little bulbous bodied area. I kind of see this as some kind of robotic sort of lizard snake thing in through here. And then, sorry if you don't like snakes, my wife hates them. Oh my gosh, she hates them. She's so scared of them, but she's doing better. All right, so in through here and through there, and so this turns, like so. Give a little bit more expression through there. See how it starts to come together. And so I'm just thinking about tubes in spherical forms that are overlapped here and then around. This could be a tube or cylinder, right? And through here, and this comes around and way foreshortened. Okay, right in through there. Go away, and then we have that coming through. Right, and then I conceive it as coming back into a blocky form. I'm going to merge it together here and then make it blocky, curve it in, and I'm going to here, and I'm going to tighten it up with a little bit of that ruler quality here and there, and then merge this. When I say merge, I'm going to curve it together. And so this turns this way, and this one turns that way. See the difference? Over, and then this turns under, like so. And this is kind of the information in between it. This comes through and over like that, and then we can start to, I'll shade this one a little bit, like so. And let's pull it over so we can see it. Kind of get the tail of whatever this thing is. So this was a tube, right there, and then a ball. All these are balls, right? Boom. So maybe the light source looks like I'm conceiving it kind of from the leftish coming down on the object. So ball, a little bit darker on the bottom side. Ball, right? Another ball lighter on the top a little bit. darker on the bottom. Highlight could be there if I was doing, a painting later on. Into here, darker in the bottom. Either darker, right, really dark maybe, into here. Almost all the way through, and this one might even be all the way dark. In that sense, we really get that hidden quality through it there. Maybe all the way kind of dark. It's underneath. And then one overlaps here, and then they start to lighten them up a little bit on the top edge, top end of it. Another ball in through there. And these all are darker. Okay. Like so. That one seemed to emerge. So what you're getting, they rounded. These are all just basically sketchy spheres, aren't they? It's really all they are. And I'm going to put them all in shadow. Do here, tone them in really quickly. Like so, and then we'll go back to this. I'm repeating this kind of motif running through here, right? And so I'm going to take this up and over, and this kind of comes together and mold it into a pyramid just to show you how that could happen, like so. And we'll pull this over so we can see it. Maybe that was too big, huh? Go back down. Okay. Whoops. Got to hit the brush before I draw, otherwise we're going to go on a roller coaster. There we go. So back up in through here, kind of geometric, right? And then I can tone that side in, hit the side. And again, these are what? More balls, more spherical type forms in through here. A little darker right in through there. Mostly lighter on the top, darker on the bottom. A little shadow in through there. Light sources over here. All right, through here. Some lights over, so darker under here. Pretty light right through there. And then we end off with kind of another tube to here, and then it was captured up like so, rounded out like so in that direction, and a little bit of shading length and width, and there we go. So let's put it back over, minimize it just a little bit, and see what we've got. So what we've got another form smash up. It kind of was like some kind of robotic, weird sort of kind of cartoony figure, and they all kind of look like that, don't they? They all start to look like a little like animation. So let me step backwards. I was doing a little racing there. So they all have a look like this particular style, right? Animation. Animators use this all the time. Now, this angle of the opening is a little bit diagonal, which I kind of like, although it might line up better with this line here, but that's okay. I'll put a little bit more value. Do here, make it my focal point, make it a little bit chrome-like. I'll put some darker value there and then fade it off, and then kind of get these bar things going. It looks kind of a little bit more like metal, maybe a little through here. Okay, all right, so let's go on to our last one. So let's move on down to this one here and see what we can make with it. So I might do a couple of sub gestures with it. I might do something that looks a little bit like maybe it's got some more armatures with it here. So the main gesture, right, is in this flow. We see that totally. We got that. But I might say maybe there's a subflow this way with the gesture, and then there's a subflow, this way with the gesture too. And maybe I'll make really some kind of animal, and then there's going to be another flow this way and out. Out. So what I might conceive of, so I've got this armature gesture, right? You can almost kind of see it emerge, and so maybe This is going to be a tube here, right? And then this is going to be an egg form here, right? Right? And then this whole thing, as it smashes up, is going to be one big egg form here, and then the other is going to be another big egg form here. So we've got an egg form, a tube, another egg form, and maybe all of a sudden it starts to take on contrast with our body to air. almost all the way through. And darker value there, and then fade it off. A tube. Another another egg form, and maybe this is going to be a cone here, right? Running through there and over. So we've got a cone to look at. And then maybe on the back end of what could be like legs, maybe this is going to be another cone or tube, maybe a little bit of both, and then a boxy triangular wedge right in through here. And then maybe, so this we have this gesture moving in this direction. So the same thing, maybe a cone or tube-like form in through here, and then coming on down, maybe this would end, I don't know, maybe something like that to maybe a wedge out in through there like that. So we're drawing some kind of maybe dinosaur type animal. I have no idea, just kind of sketching around. And then this might end in a tube, and then going back maybe in a wedge like that. All right, so let me make these forms now in their simplicity a little bit more realized. And so let's go back over it now in our black form like we've been doing. And let's see, let's make our opacity maybe just a little bit darker in through there. So let's take a look and see what we had. So here was the egg form, right? In through here, big old egg, right in through there. And this was our cone type form, right? Right in through here. Okay, and these are by the way a bunch of ellipses, right? Look at that, just the ellipses everywhere. Look at that, ellipse, 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 ellipse coming across. And then this was another cone or cylinder coming in this direction like so, and a wedge, triangular wedge for this sort of foot. And then another egg, you can see it through here. It's way over here. There it's at. In the back part of our leg, there was the other cylinder, and through there within a wedge going in opposite direction here. So a boxy kind of wedge going in that direction. And then here we've got a tube. I'm going to clean this up a little, get a little bit clear about what I want to do with that. I don't like this area here. So maybe we had this down, and then maybe the wedge was coming, let's see, maybe in this direction, and then maybe back out in that direction for something of his, yeah. I'm satisfied with that for now. With his foot, and then his neck was a tube, or her neck, you could. This way, tube over, and curve through. So now we found that. So look at those forms starting to come through. And then this is an egg form, or it could be a box. This could be the side plane of the box right in here, like so, moving over. And then maybe the front plane of the face is through here. And so maybe the muzzle, what could be a mouth, is a cone, like so. You can split that in two. And we'll put little ear type things. These are egg forms in through here. And all of a sudden, we're on our way, kind of cooking with it. So let's do a little shading now. And so we'll take our nib and go a little bit wider. Take our opacity down a little bit and just start to shade these forms out. So let's say again that our light source is up here and shining down on our object. So everything in through here might start to become in shadow right in through here and on over down through. Right through here, a little core shadow. Coming through, and all of this might be in shadow. And through here, darker in through there. And then emphasize that egg form through here. Cylinder form. Right around. coming through. This could all be in shadow. This could all be mostly, yeah, in shadow and through here. And same thing through there. And up around, and we'll put this side of the head in shadow underneath and through there. And we're starting to get a realized sort of concept of maybe a toy design or soft, you know, kind of dinosaur-y looking, you know, kind of animal for kids, something very playful maybe as well. And I can continue to play around with these shadow shapes a little bit, egg form. So what have we done? We've done the great form smash up here in this lesson. So we've learned how to begin the hopefully creative and fun process of really not worrying about what you draw and what comes out, but yet worrying more about how can you be creative in your use and your managing of looking for forms in space as they relate to one another and relate to other kind of forms together and smash them up in ways that maybe you haven't seen before. And they can be, you know, a lot of fun to quite frankly play around with and use as, you know, conceptual basis for, you know, more important work later on. So that was the lesson today. So I hope you got something out of it. I hope you enjoyed it. Let's take a look at the entire sketch page here before we leave off and see what we did. And then we'll go from there. So let's get it back here. And so we've got an entire sketch page. Page of forms in space, smashed up forms in our sketchbook. Book using our tools, right? Our three-dimensional tools. The cube, the sphere, the cylinder, the cone, the pyramid, they're all your best friends, really, and they'll be with you for the life of your drawing. Okay, so there you go. Hope you had fun with it. Practice these. Enjoy the process of just letting things happen. You know, where they happen is what happens, and don't worry about messing up. Don't worry about, you know, making things that you may or may not understand. I'll understand what's going on, and hopefully you'll get to see that this process is very enriching, and it gets you to the next step to your deeper understanding in drawing practice. All right, so that's enough. I'm talking too much. Okay, you guys take care, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Still staying up late, gaming so With Hako AI, get the ultimate companion for your playtime.
I noticed that the enemy jungle.
Okay, so I want to continue now with our smash up of forms drawings, our great smash up drawings, and this time I want to use traditional material. So for this first drawing, we'll do 3 drawings, and I'm going to do a little bit bigger. They'll be each be in a separate piece of paper and a little bit larger, so that way you see something, a scale a little bit bigger. If you like to draw a little bit larger or looser, you can see this. And so for each one, I'll use a different material. And I've got out in front of me 2 Faber-Castell colored pencils, and then I've got my trusty hard edge here as well. So I'm going to do 3 bigger ones, and then I'm going to do something different on the 4th one. I'm going to pick of the 3, pick the one I think is the most interesting, and actually redraw it and add to it, and maybe make it a little bit more finished and final. So that's what we'll do. Okay, so we'll get started. Remember, I've got my toolkit of my tools, my sphere, my cone, my cylinder, my box, and my pyramid, right? I've got all those tools. I'll keep them in my head without this time drawing them, so we can kind of get to it a little bit faster. All right, so let's see what I can make up. You can draw along with me, and if you want to do that, great. If not, then kind of do your own thing or kind of share some ideas. So I think I might do a flow this time. Maybe I'll flow this way just to start to get a gesture. I don't really know what's going to happen yet. I think I want to maybe overlap. Come over maybe a little bit with this one. That might be kind of interesting to do something, kind of like that and flow over, and then maybe it gets knotted or it overlaps maybe in several different directions. The idea is to draw really light, keep it loose, and see what happens. Throughout the composition. So we'll just kind of start to think about this. So I might start out maybe with a little bit more of a boxy form in through here. So here's kind of my box coming down this way. So again, this lesson is about learning to take our tools, our solids, and make something of them. Because later on, we'll be drawing natural-looking, observable objects as well. So I've got kind of a boxy front, and then maybe I'll start to feel this. Maybe I'll curve it a little bit around, so then it becomes kind of a cylinder a little bit in through here. So I feel this boxiness coming down. This is curved. Give me some kind of quick gesturing contours in through here. So this I might keep boxy, but maybe out of this I could round this and even round it further. So we have like a boxy front. So I want to keep that. So I might take my hard edge and really keep that kind of secured in there. But then I might come out and say maybe there's an opening in through here, maybe a couple of openings, maybe it's centralized, maybe like so, and it kind of opens up, maybe pushed over to the side, like so. So we're kind of drawing abstractly, but yet using three-dimensional solid format. So this comes out, maybe it starts to open up and come out this way. It becomes like a tube out through here to go in. You know, what if you were designing like a child's swing playground set of some sort? That might be. But everything would mostly be soft, right? All right, so we've got this coming through, kind of a rounded form. So this might meet up with that, like so. Let her rip, really wing it, see what happens. This might curve in a little bit, but this is like another curved form coming down, like so. And this might have like ellipses and ovals and openings, so it could get pretty weird here, maybe in through there. Get the idea? Coming through. It's kind of like a tongue, huh? It's weird, strange. All right, be weird. Let it be weird. All right, so we'll curve this through. So I'm thinking about again a tube coming in, like so, and then maybe if this comes in and over, like so, we might say, okay, if I want it to be in a knot, maybe it comes up and over. So we'll kick it over to the side. So my flow is going to move in this direction, right? So I'll flow this over. So this, I might think of this as a series of tubes, which could be tube-like, or they could be spherical inside here. And maybe these have openings here. These are just quick sketched ovals that could be openings. Okay. And so this is going to come up and around like so. So here's like a long, this could be, watch, this could be a cone in through here. Could be thinking of a cone right there. So here's the back of that cone. We'll keep it invisible in through here, so it might come up in through. And then this is, I want to get it to be really tight. So this is foreshortened a little bit. So it might come over here. This might do this and curl over like so. Okay. So I've got several different kind of forms, you know, working for me. I might keep this kind of blocky in here still. And later on, even this could get, after the cone, if I wanted to, I could keep this kind of as a 3D kind of form. But that's blocky, so it can get curved, and then it could come on down. And I can put some quick hatch marks there too as well. All right, so if this comes through, maybe this comes around like so, and it's going to tail in itself and come up and over, right, and around. See, I can draw through, draw lighter, draw through, and through there. So it's kind of up, it's coming up and over. And maybe it comes open over like there. So it's got something, maybe I want to go in this direction, and then come up and over, right? And then come underneath all this. Now I'll see what I can do. So it can come up and over through here, come up under all of this, behind it. Then my thinking is to come underneath all of that and come out maybe this way. So maybe it's some kind of crazy fun crawl space for kids. Hopefully, you know, I don't have kids, but we'll try to keep it, you know, acceptable for kids, make it cool, but also make it safe. So not too many hard edges. So if you can imagine, like coming in, this is the mouth of a creature maybe, and they come through and climb through all the parts, and maybe they come out the this ending part over through here, and maybe that would be another box-like form, kind of like that. So that's my thinking. Maybe they would come out like that. Okay, so that might be another box. So here's our form smash up. It's going to be a box, but I'm going to soften it up. So we want to pretend like maybe it's made out of air or foam, or it's blown up, you know, with an air machine, so it's really big. And through here, so we'll come over, catch that, just winging it, Like so maybe this curls around a little bit. So you can see how you can start out with a boxier form and then you can curve it to your imagination's requirements. There we go. Okay. All right, so we've got that. So this curled around on itself, right, in through here, and came over, okay, around. So this was bulging. This was really bulging. This was bulging into here. So these are like tubes, or in this position they can be like ball forms, spherical form. You could even cut them off to make it look more like that if you wanted to. I'll tighten it up later. Really bring them out. That's another thing is gesture. It's a very loose kind of technique. Gesture yourself. Do your working gesture first, really quickly and loosely. And I don't care about any kind of style. This is just how I'm drawing this. I might draw it in a different style later on, but style's not important. What's important? So when you look at my drawings, especially for now, we'll get into that advanced kind of lessons every now and again, where style or some way of aesthetic is really important. Right now, it's not anywhere near as important as structure. So they might come through, this is a double room, they might have to work over this weird kind of tonguey thing, and through here some more. Maybe more of these, right? That kind of thing. Wild, wacky, crazy. Give yourself license to be strange, to be weird. I'm just drawing abstractions. All right, so this comes around like so. So what is this? This is just a series of tubes. And see, I give that expression by ellipses, contouring ellipses. This might straighten out, come back over, and through there. Then maybe if something came off this, maybe this was like a dead end. You know, they couldn't climb out, but they could climb through here, but then they would wind up maybe out over and through here. So this is a cone, right? So this is a cone attached to that ellipse. Maybe there's a couple of them. There's like some dead ends, or maybe they're, instead of dead ends, maybe they're like little skylights. I'll show you. Maybe this is like a plexiglass opening. And so kids could kind of come and see through. It's like, hey, how are you? And see through and come through there. But they wouldn't, obviously they wouldn't fall out because it's contained within the amusement park themed, you know, whatever. Maybe, now here we go, maybe this is like the head of something. So it's like a giant whatever kind of insect. So maybe it has an antenna that comes out through here. So the stem of the antenna could be what? Could be a tube, yeah, like so. And then maybe there's a little ball that's attached to it. So it's a sphere like that. And then the other one could maybe be, we put it on the other side of the head, it might attach here, right? And then come out and flow down to maybe there, okay? So we're drawing ideas and concepts. So maybe what I'll do for this particular lesson in traditional, so it's the Great Smash Up 2, but I'm starting to get a theme. And maybe I'll just, for the three drawings I do, maybe there'll be the theme of soft sculpture. And I'm pretending like these might be made for a sculptor, an entertainment design, or an environmental sculptor to come along and with a team and make this into like a playground where kids could kind of run through. Okay? That's kind of my loose theme. And if I don't like it, I can always change it. You can always go back and change that as well. So, all right, so working here, sharpening my pencil just a sec. Try to keep it relatively sharp as best you can. So I'm coming along in through here, and this overlaps, and now it comes down and through here, right? So this is just a series of concentric. It's just a long cylinder, right? Or you can make it into, you can say I want to cut that off. Now, when I'm contouring, I'm thinking all the way through, coming through in here. So it's coming up and over, right? So the kids would travel through the tube, and there could be, you know, soft little walkways or little crawl spaces. Who knows? And through here, and it would open, let's see, it would maybe widen back in through here. I tell you, those of you that have children, you know that the test of any good design for kids is to have your kids critique it, because they don't hold back, right? They'll let you know if it's not so hot. They don't hold back. They're not adulterated yet. All right, so in that sense. All right, so we come through. So I think we've got something really to work with. Now, maybe this starts, if it's a little bit more squared here, maybe it starts to get squared and it's ending, so it's coming down for the last, maybe this is like a slide, and they slide on out here into a soft, safe landing right in through here. So remember, I'm just winging it, having fun, just like the last drawing on the Cintiq tablet, which are a lot of fun to draw with, by the way. I'm just winging it. And the kids, they would come out maybe this opening and through there. So I'm kind of squaring this up a little bit, keeping this round, but then maybe squaring this off. So you have different form directions, and you'll see that when you draw the figure. If you go back and look at the figure section on our drawing channel, we talk about the volumetric figure, and it's just the same thing with the figure. So this gets squared as it ends. It comes over in this direction, and I think we've got something that's starting to work. I think a little bit. I'm starting to feel good about it. So maybe we can tighten this up a little bit. So I just thought to see if my Carbothello pencil would go with a wax pencil. They don't really mix well, so you can't. It's hard to do that. So I think I'll take my blue pencil here. And just tighten up maybe underneath the areas where I want a little bit of darker, heavier weight. Not too much, so I'm going to push through here a little bit and go a little faster because I want to emphasize the last study from one of the three, and I'll make that a more finished study. So that's kind of where we're headed, but I can put a little bit more emphasis on this one. So they would come in through here, work in kind of over the insect's tongue area, and then go through the body, and then maybe there's going to be kiosks in there they can learn about bugs and all kinds of things or whatnot, and different parts of the body as they go through. And so if you draw something different, maybe you can start to give it a theme, too. And maybe yours is going to be airplanes or something, or nothingness is okay. If you come up with nothing and just forms, that's just as good. It doesn't have to have a theme. I just kind of started to wing it. And if you do wing it, sometimes there's things that come out that you know, okay, I could take advantage of this, you know, if I want. So in that way, coming through here and pick back. So movement was important in my design. That's where the gesture came in. That kind of helped. And again, all the kids would flow through and out this way. And so, you know, this got boxy. We wedged this out again, right, in through here, and then this became maybe a little low. The ending part of the sled or the slide as they came out the back end of it and through here. Work that in across. Okay. All right. So there's our first one. I think I've got what I want with it. To have a little fun and have a little bit more movement and see what kind of happens. All right. So let's go on to another one and let's take on a different idea. So what I'll do is I'll use the theme of an amusement. Climbing structure like a jungle gym we call it here in the States, but you know, where kids can have fun and play through things. All right, so let's go on to the next one. do another one, and let's take I'm using a pretty soft graphite pencil, a 4B, so So it'll slide around pretty nicely as I draw bigger with bigger space as well. Sometimes the bigger ones can go quicker than the smaller ones, so you might be surprised. That might be a little ironic, but that's kind of sometimes the case a little bit. All right, so let's try another one. I think I'll do the flow in a different color so you'll see it. Let's do it in a blue so you'll. So you'll see it. So, okay, we're working with that theme again, right? In my drawings of maybe a child's kind of playground. So maybe I'll do something really different. Maybe we'll do a flow this way. I'm gonna keep it in camera, and we'll come here, and then maybe it comes in and down, and maybe it's gonna loop down and through here, right? And then come up and over, and maybe loop again, and come up really high. So we can keep it in camera, and then maybe come down, loop again and over, back and through, and then maybe come out maybe this way. Maybe. We'll see what we have. So what I did was draw just essentially a gesture, an idea, a rhythm and a flow to my composition. And I have the right to change that as many times as I want. So I might come up here and actually make this more of a hard edge. and maybe turn it soft. So maybe what I could do is say, okay, this is going to be a boxy form in through here. So it might start out with the undergirding of a box. That could look like that. And then, by the way, come up with crazy ideas. Take this to an architectural engineer and, hey, see if they can build it. You never know. You might have something pretty crazy and doable. You never know. So this could come out through here. Maybe I'll have soft kind of boxy forms throughout just to do something different in through here. So maybe this is the side plane coming down, and then this might curve over in through here. And this can be, a softer kind of transition later on. And so maybe if we curve down, this could be an angle, and then maybe it juts out at an angle like there, a little off the page just a little bit. Let me see if I can bring my camera out so you can see it a little bit more. That's better. There we go. Now you can see that. Okay, sorry about that. So we can come out in and down. And then maybe this is going to, so we'll end everything kind of on an edgy turn, but I'm thinking of this material, if it was a built major amusement kind of exercise jungle gym, as soft material. So they would be soft in these little edges, right, so children wouldn't get hurt. They'd be made out of some kind of plastic or air, maybe. So now maybe I come down here, and so this is another boxy form, and so they're creased right in through here. So I'm thinking of like a tube, out through here, right, coming in through here, but then somehow soft as it finishes or ends in through here and through here. So maybe there's an angle or a crease right through there that tells me there's another boxy form in through there. Okay, like so. And of course, kids could come in and out of this at different areas. And I'll figure that out in a moment. So we have that coming through, and maybe this comes down. So I'm thinking this could be a box right here where I'm drawing, and then this was a tube, right, coming out this direction. So it could come out through here, and then this maybe curls around. Okay, should we get that in the camera? Yeah, we can get that in. Okay, we come out through here, and this curls around, and then of course it keeping with my theme of a little bit square or cubic-like. Then I could come back and box that over in through here, and this might flow down and around, so curved over. And then maybe, as this is the top, maybe we could have some kind of skylights that would emerge through intervals. So there's sun coming through to give some nice natural light. And then maybe on the sides later on, we'll see how that goes. So this could be creased. That's a box and through there. And so maybe this comes down, and so they come down on a journey, and then they take a slide through here, or they come down and it's a kind of walk down way, a soft walkway that they could slam into the wall because it's soft and play with their friends, push each other around, be rough, kind of rough housing to here. And so so I'm thinking this first, right, as a tube. So this will go underneath what I have here, and then after I think of it as a tube, I'm going to square it up a little bit. So that's something you can think about. You'll when you're drawing a lot, you'll conceive of a form in one position because it's easier maybe to draw, and then you'll go back and then you'll change it according to what you really want it to be, and box it out. You can go from a cylinder to a box, from a box to a cylinder. And so let's say if I want this now to be more boxy, so it's in this direction. And remember, we started out with just a gesture, just a directional flow. So maybe I want to end it here, in the crease here. Remember, that's going to be soft. Nobody's ever going to get hurt in our little child's imaginative playground. Okay, here. Okay, so this might come up in this direction and move like so. So what I'm training you to do is see forms in many different directions and to conceive of them maybe in planes and angles that break the laws a little bit of rigid sort of ground plane perspective, 1, 2, and 3 point here. And so this would curl and come underneath a little bit like so. Okay, I could show that with a little bit of shadow tone in through here for now. And so this might go off in this direction. I might keep something like a curve, but then I can make it into sort of hexagonal kind of things, watch in through here, and then come back up underneath. This could go darker, right? So let's see how that works out. So these might raise up a little bit to the side, and these go back to the very top. This one might connect up here. So I started out with a curve, and I'm ending up with a more geometric, boxy kind of configuration. So this one comes over, so it's a little bit darker, and through here. So there's another hexagonal move here. I put a little dot where it was there. I can connect that up, right? Maybe I'll go in this direction. And so we're just creating a series of flow boxes, and this was a side maybe that ended up back in through here. It doesn't have to make sense. Maybe it should make sense. I don't think this is making a lot of sense, but it's awful fun to see what you can do with different forms as they move around, as you can change them. Because part of the idea is to remember that you're in control. You want to be in control of your drawings almost all the time, but not necessarily all the time. There's reasons to break that up. You're doing flowy washes. You're doing maybe large contemporary type expressive drawings of some sort, and the idea is to not have control. That's an idea as well. Okay, so this could be some kind of, maybe this is like a jumping pad, and kids could jump into a soft area, who knows, in through there, right in through there. All right, so they're coming around, they're wrapping through. And then we're coming on in this direction, in through here. So we're kind of coming down, we're coming down and through here. So this might take over in this direction. So I might have, it could be all completely closed. Where do they actually come in? We don't know yet. So I'm gonna come down here, I'm just winging it all the way through. Make sure I stay in my camera here so you can see that. This might have a plain break here because I want it to be there, okay? More windows here, more windows. If I want the top, I could put them on the side if I wanted to. And through here, all right. So I'm gonna go ahead a little bit and see what happens. So we got a boxy forming through here. Let's take it up a little bit. So they have to climb maybe inside somehow like this. And maybe this does round out a little bit and then they come back down. So I'm still thinking about that blue flow of lines, but I'm gonna change and alter as per needed. Maybe they come up in through here, right? Maybe this comes back down. Okay, it sits down maybe here. So I'll put an angled plane. I'll angle this off a little bit. I'm just talking through what I'm trying to create as I'm doing it on the fly. Here to there, that's a kind of a plane change. Back in this direction, right? Everything moves back and through there. We'll continue on with some windows on this plane with 3 there. I like that. I'll keep that as kind of a curve. I'll tighten that and just keep that as a little bit of a curve. And through there. This might give a little expression there. Okay. So now what I'm thinking is this kind of comes over and up, and I'm thinking about this going straight up. So I'll kind of come through here. Here's the back side, excuse me, whoops, here's the left side of it, and then it's going to go straight up. And I'm thinking straight up here. Here's a plane change there. Maybe this comes down and changes right there. Keep my form. This I'm going to make a softer curve, just for contrast. So a hard edge, right, against a curved edge, or a straight edge against a curved edge is a contrast, right? Yep. If you're nodding your head, you've got it. So all kinds of degrees of contrast and value. Most people talk about contrast and value, but you know, edge to edge, soft versus hard, man, woman, hot, cold, red, green, all kinds of different contrasts we can utilize. So, okay, so now I'm going to come up and I'm going to conceive of this top area as maybe like the second, like these might be like 2 little home bases. So this one I'm going to conceive here. Let's see, make sure I get that in the camera. And we're going to turn it this way first. So I'm conceiving it as like a tire or a donut, which was an egg form or ball form, and then I cut out an ellipse here, right? Maybe I'll move the structure of that ellipse, move back in that direction. Don't be afraid to draw little arrows if you need to. And then I'm going to make it into a sort of hexagonal kind of thing. And I think lastly, there'll be a bridge in between here and here that they can connect to, and then maybe up in the back side of this bottom, maybe make it a little bit more like a cone in through here. Here's the cone I'm thinking of, running through there, and then somewhere where it cones out in the other side where they can go through. And I think that'll end it. So, all right, so here's the side plane of that. So I try to show 3 sides, so most of my forms, if I can, not always, but if I can. You do a little quick shading in here, just to butt my edge. Okay, let's make this a kind of a fun, more planar kind of donut shape. Now I've got it very gestural in here. Let's see what I can do now with, finishing it out a little bit. Of course, this might come down here. Let me finish that. I may make a change there to say that's going to change from a tube, and then that will connect back up into. So there are many different kind of ways for them to get in and out of spaces. Maybe they get lost, but not for too long. And through there, etc. Okay, so now let's take this and we'll start to square this off a little bit. Okay, in through here, and I'm going to see a plane change there. Kind of a wedge, so it's a boxy shape. So in our smash up, we went from a rounded form, and now we're going to make it back, or make it to, actually, a square kind of form, because we can do that. Your imagination is ample enough to alter, to change, to magnify, to manipulate, to move around, to change, to add to. It's fluid. Let your mind start to be even more fluid. So we can go up here a little bit for a change direction. Okay, here and here. And so each time I'll come around a little bit, I'll make a different kind of plane to move through, and I'll just connect them up in through here. Okay, so I'm thinking maybe I'll come here now, and maybe here. Okay, and I think maybe one more to have the top will be plenty. So I'm thinking that to that. So you see my thinking. Okay, and I'm vacillating now between a pen holding method and a palm method as well. Do there, okay, and over. Right, so I might come back over this way, and a little bit down, and a little bit over, and just keep on making little angles as I get through, and then connect up maybe right in through there, so we get the backside of that form in through there. And of course we could do the same thing inside here, or we could make it maybe a little bit different. We could put like a triangular kind of form in through here. I'll show you. So maybe something like this over to this, right, for the opening. It can be different, and then maybe this connects up somehow to that. There we go. We've got that in there. I can kind of cut that top off. Maybe make that a little nicer in through there. I could take my eraser a little bit and kind of just ease off some of this gesture through here. Ease off the air a little bit, so we got that. And then underneath I might say, okay, this is a plane going back here, right? And so this could be a plexiglass window in through here where all the kids could say, hey, I can see you on the other side over here to here. So that might be something they could do here. On this side, maybe. Okay. And so our little bridge across, maybe that's made out of glass, so maybe it connects up on the triangular end here, okay? And then I'm going to raise it higher here, okay? I'm going to make it hopefully feel like it's a little bit more transparent. So it needs a top and a little thickness. I'll put the thickness here like so we can just get an idea of that. And if we saw through that, maybe the other thickness would look something like that, so I give it a little bit of expression. So we would see underneath this kind of tube. Of course, that tube goes out to nowhere now. And so now I'd say, okay, maybe it goes into 3 different sections. And so if it's this bridge is glass, we can see through it. Maybe it's got 3 different cones that connect up in through there. Here, here, right? Into there, to there. And so we're just having fun playing with. I'll come down, so let me get glass really coming to. Don't watch those that you look at a lot. I'll really just get in through here. Maybe right. And we just went around and we just started to make rounder kind of forms. And then we ended up making more soft kind of boxes. And so if they came out somewhere, maybe they would, where would be an exit point? Maybe there's the door here. This is the in and out part of our fun house, maybe right in through here a little bit. Entrance and exit, right? Come back in through here, we'll just darken all that in. If it's darker in through there, there could be all kinds of music playing. Cool, there could be places where they could have food. And of course, they'd probably, if it's a true amusement park type thing, there would be a gift shop in there, so you'd have to go through the gauntlet, right, of the gift shop. So those of you that are parents, you understand that, or grandparents or not, you'll understand what goes on with that too as well. Okay, so there's our little entrance and our exit. They would enter here and go through, have a good time, and come on out through there. Okay, so let's go on to one more. Let's do one more together, and then I'll pick the one I like the best, and then I'll do a kind of a finished drawing from that. Okay, see you in a second.
Okay, so for this last
I'm here today to show you how easy
demonstrate, I'll do that. So there's our little entrance. Using pit pins. I have